Halo, halo, selamat pagi semuanya. Selamat datang di live stream pagi ini. Jadi, pagi ini, mantap, mantap. Bentar guys. Jadi, pagi ini kita akan melanjutkan belajar dengan video YouTube yang kemarin kita tonton dari IELTS Advantage. So, tapi sebelum itu, sebentar, gue masih pengen ngumpulin mood dan segala macam. Sebenarnya moodnya udah ada, cuman gue share dulu nggak sih ke media sosial. Gue share dulu ke media sosial biar yang ada di media sosial makin ramai dan banyak berkunjung ke sini. Jadi kita bisa belajar bareng, guys. Buat kalian yang belum follow media sosial, ada di bio ya. Silahkan kalian follow. Gimana kabar kalian? Sudah ke sarapan hari ini? Yo. Streamer swag. Sorry guys. Jadi ceritanya semalam tuh gue tuh mau lanjut untuk ini kan, mau lanjut untuk belajar kan, mau lanjut untuk kita belajar bersama gitu. Sambil live stream udah mulai, tapi gue nggak bisa nemuin kamera error code 0A00 bla 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 for F 422 kamera did not attach kalau nggak salah. Ya pokoknya kode errornya itulah. Nah, terus udah jalan tuh, udah mau ini, akhirnya nggak mood lah. Nah, after I'm not in good mood, akhirnya gue end. Nah, akhirnya gue lanjut nonton film aja, malas. So jadi pagi ini, untuk pagi ini udah menjadi rutinitas ya. Kita akan live lagi, kita akan belajar lagi. Jadi persiapkan alat tulis kalian, persiapkan pensil pulpen dan buku kalian untuk mencatat semua yang perlu dicatat. Tapi sebelum itu saya sarapan dulu. Ini gua ada risol. This is a risol made by our maid. Is that correct if I say that? And the inside is bihun, very delicious. Wow, itu ada orang. I just read something funny on Twitter. There is someone order Gojek for uh, I don't know for what, but the someone say to driver if wait on the halte or the bus stop, and the driver said there is no bus stop, there is no bus stop, and this dude say maybe you are on the wrong side, on the wrong point. And the driver said, demi Allah, there is no bus stop. And after that, he post the photo if the bus stop is already disappear, dirobohin bus stopnya. Lucu banget anjir. Ini apa VTuber? There's a lot of VTuber live this morning I think. Oseki Wijo, ada Kayla, only Kayla. I think not only Kayla, Kayla and friend. Mr. Lutfi Halimawan tuh. There's a lot of people live streaming today. Matarakan is also live today this morning. Damit berapa kemarin? 27 ya? Sepi banget ya room chatnya ya. Kalau misalnya gue dapet room chat gitu, tiba-tiba di rate gitu 500 juta orang anjay nonton gue, bingung gue ngapain. Cuman santai sih, kalau misalnya kayak gini malah jadi kayak private room aja. Bangsat. Ada orang ngirim manifest di Twitter di Workfest. Work. Gue liat-liat nyaman banget. Kayaknya lu nganggur begitu. Bejir, bejir nyaman banget deh. Nggak ada yang nganggur yang nyaman. Itu kenapa gue belajar IELTS. Gue mau tes IELTS, gue mau punya nilai IELTS. Dengan begitu gue bisa kerja di luar negeri. Dengan begitu gue bisa kuliah di luar negeri. Nggak tahu gimana caranya, pokoknya gue belajar dulu yang awal. Oh, you know about humans perfume? They only sell 5,000 pieces for sore series. Yeah. 2.5 2.5 plus minus 1.5. Yuki just lost his phone on the Lake Como area. If you can find Yuki phone, just give it the back. Give to Yuki back. And this information is come from Red Bull Racing original incident. If you are in the Lake Como area, please help Yuki find his phone. Oh, yesterday we study about Lincoln Lincoln Ward, and today someone give me Lincoln Ward, but in Indonesia. I don't know how to use it when it just uh essay in English. Oke, yuk mulai yuk. Mana word kemarin? Where's the word that we write yesterday? But, yeah. I'm full. Thank you. Let's review it first. Five things that you should never do with IELTS sample essay. First, don't use fake sample essay. Search the real one. Don't passively reading it and analyze it. Third is don't try to read the essay and figure out why you are better. Uh, don't make your ego let your body. Oh, how I can say it? Your you have a lot of ego, so you can read the essay and you think you will be better than that essay because keep it low, keep it on the ground. Is that correct about yesterday? The fourth is don't look for things that you can copy from the essay. Don't look for things that you can copy from the essay. Just don't. We can we can learn about the sentence. We can learn about the vocabulary, but don't copy that essay. And don't copy the entire essay and use it as your response on test day because that is someone else's essay, not your essay. Okay, 10 things that you should do with IELTS sample essay. The first is we can idea generation, cover up the sample essay and come up with your own ideas for the question. What is the simple idea that asks for this question? Second is idea development. Identify ideas the sample essay and make your own explanation or example for them. Make your own and compare to the other one can help you to make your own idea development. Essay structure. Think what the structure. What structure the sample essay use. The first is introduction, the second is main body, and the last is conclusion. On the introduction, paraphrase the question first, give the opinion. First point, the reason of that, or paraphrase the question, give opinion, and the reason of the opinion. The fourth is coherence and cohesion. Identify linking word and cohesion device is lots and lots of linking word actually lower your score instead of increase it. Yeah, don't use too much linking word. Grammar. Identify grammar mistake in the sample essay. Identify the mistake and think about why they were made. 6 is grammar. Think about grammatical structure and tense use. 7 is vocabulary. Identify vocabulary and or collocation that you are unsure about and try to guess meanings based on the context. 8 is vocabulary again. Identify any vocabulary errors. Don't repeat the meanings. Don't use word if you want to try. Don't use other word if you want to trying to explain. Yeah, don't use word if the same meaning. Use same word. Just use another word. 9 is write your essay and compare it the sample. Look at the question. Write a whole essay and compare with what student have done. Use the technique that my witness. Don't think if your essay is different, it's mean wrong. Look at the main idea, the structure is similar or not. Okay. There is a 9, not 10. But yeah. Let's move. What is it? Kita marketkan dulu sebentar. Essay question.
On every Okay, so this week we won't be focusing on every single type of
I forget I use this because I can hear clearly.
task 2 essay. There's a very obvious reason for that is we don't have time to look at every single type of essay. If we did that, it would be this lesson would be, 5 or 6 hours long. And I don't think many of you have that amount of time, and I certainly don't have time to be creating lessons that long. And also, if we try to do everything in like if I tried to show you how to write introductions for every single type of question in 45 minutes, I wouldn't be able to really teach you properly. So what we're doing is we're going to focus on one type of question to really dive deep into that type of question, because that's how I teach. I don't teach people on a surface level. I teach people how to do things properly or not at all. So there are 5 different types of task 2 question: opinion questions, discussion questions, causes and solutions or problems and solutions questions. There are different types of advantages and disadvantages questions, and there are double questions. Double questions are in one task, there are 2 direct questions. And that's what we're going to focus on this week. We're going to only look at double questions. But don't worry too much, guys. The reason why I chose double questions is they translate very well to the other types of questions. So you'll hear me talking a lot about double questions, and you'll hear me talking a lot about this is only for double questions, etc., etc. But a lot of the things that we'll be doing this week will be applicable to all of the different types of questions. For example, in this lesson, we're going to be looking at paraphrasing. You can use that for any different type of question. But what I will do throughout the course is highlight when this is only for double questions and you need to look at other stuff, that you need to go deeper on the other types of questions if that's applicable. Okay, so what are double or direct questions? So these are normally 2 questions in one task. So you or direct other stuff, that. Okay, so what are double or direct questions? So these are normally two questions in one task. So you'll get a background statement and then you'll be asked two different questions in the one task. And normally these are both direct questions. They are asking you directly what you think about something. And as I've already mentioned, these questions translate very well to the other types of task 2 question. So here's an example very well to the other types of task 2 question. So here's an example of a double question. So we have the background statement here. Nowadays, more tasks at home and work are being performed by robots. So this is just giving you the background information. And then these are your two direct questions. Why do you think this is happening?
Hello, my name is Kidon.
Is it a positive or negative development? So we have to answer both of these questions in one essay. And these questions are, I've noticed that they're becoming increasingly more common. I'm not suggesting that you won't get another type of question. You very well might get a discussion question, advantages and disadvantages, opinion question. But I've noticed these getting a little bit more popular. But this doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get this. Please do not think that all you have to do is just study double questions and then you can go and do the test. It's not like that. But they are becoming more popular. Okay, so just to give you an overview before we look at the introduction, before we get into the detail of the introduction, let's look at the overall paragraph structure of double questions. So there are 4 paragraphs. Introduction is your first paragraph. Then your second paragraph, which is your first main body paragraph, is you're going to answer the first question. Then your second main body paragraph, surprise, surprise, answer the second question. And then your last paragraph is going to be your conclusion. So keeping everything as simple and as straightforward as possible, guys. This is something that is really a hallmark of my teaching, or something that I'm known for, something that my VIP students experience a lot, is we take a subject that seems very complicated, seems very complex, and what we do is we simplify it as much as we can. We can't simplify it into, baby steps, 1, 2, 3, ABC. But one of the goals with this course is to show you that many of your issues are related to you overcomplicating things, or maybe you have a teacher who doesn't know how to simplify these things as much as I do. I'm not saying I'm the best teacher in the world or anything like that, but one thing that I am good at is simplifying things. So this means that you will find it easy to understand and easy to do on test day. Okay, so here's what the structure would look like. Introduction. So the introduction is basically, let's break it down into simple language. The introduction is saying to the reader, saying to the examiner, this is what this essay is about, this is what I'm going to talk about. Then your first main body paragraph, here's the answer to the first question. Second main body paragraph, here's the answer to the second question. And then your conclusion is, here's a summary of what I just talked about. So introduction, here's what I'm going to talk about. Main body, Here's what I think about these two questions. Conclusion, here's a summary of what I just talked about. And if you break things down in that way and make them simple and easy to understand, they're simpler to do on test day. And that's my goal for you guys this week. Okay, so let's now break down the introduction. Let's think about the different stages of writing an introduction. So, the first stage is thinking about the question, analyzing the question, understanding the question. It's impossible to answer a question if you don't understand it. That sounds very, very obvious and very simple, but it's so true. I look at 20, 30, 40, 50 essays some days. And I've been doing that for years. And one of the main problems is not that students don't know how to write, although that is a problem sometimes, but many of your problems stem from the fact that either you don't take enough time to understand the question, or you don't spend enough time, or you don't follow the steps to analyze a question and fully understand it. So once you've done that, then you need to decide your answers. So before you start writing, you need to really have it clear in your mind what you are doing before you start writing. Because if you don't, your essay is going to be a bit of a mess. Then we're going to think of ideas. So we're going to develop our ideas. And you'll notice that these three stages, these are stages without you having a pen or a pencil in your hand. You can have a pen or a pencil in your hand and making little notes. But really, this is all just mental process. This is you really just thinking. This is the thinking stage, a stage that many of you neglect because you feel that you're under pressure, you feel that you don't have time, but it's an absolutely crucial, essential stage. Then we start picking up our pencil or pen and start planning. We start writing things down. So we use the structure, we use the paragraph structure, we use the sentence by sentence structure for each part of the essay to take our ideas, the things that we have been thinking about, and putting them down on paper into a plan. And then once we have done that, once we have developed a roadmap for our essay, then we can start writing our introduction. So steps 1 to 4 are before we start writing our essay. And then step 5, once we have a plan, then we can start writing. Okay, so the first stage 5, once we have a plan, then we can start writing. Okay, so the first stage is question analysis, thinking about the question. The writing test is not just a writing test, it is a thinking and writing test. If you just a writing test, it is a thinking and writing test. If you immediately open your paper and start writing immediately because you think that you're going to run out of time, you are going to get in a lot of trouble. You need to dedicate some time at the beginning to think about the question, plan your answer, and then start writing. Think about it this way. If you were going to New York City tomorrow, you're going for a job interview in New York City, and your plane lands, you get to the airport. Would you find your destination quicker with Google Maps or without Google Maps? Imagine if you just left the airport and started running towards
Influencers, educators, traders. Why promote someone else's prop firm when you can own your own? With prop account.
New York City. Would you get lost pretty quickly? But if you had Google Maps or you had Uber, for example, they'd be able to take you directly to where you need to go pretty quickly. This is the same as someone who doesn't think and doesn't plan versus somebody who does think and does plan. Thinking and planning is like having Google Maps for your IELTS essay. It might sound like a silly analogy, but my students seem to really like that analogy, and it does make sense. So the first stage is understanding what the question is about. That might sound very, very simple, but just think about what the topic is, and then go a little bit deeper and think about what the specific things they want you to talk about within that topic. So for example, you might get a question about the environment. So the topic would be the environment, but then once you look at it deeper, they don't want you to just talk generally about the environment. They might want you to talk about a specific thing related to air pollution, for example. So air pollution would be different from water pollution, for example. So thinking about what the general topic is and then looking a little bit deeper what the specific content is, what they want you to write about. And then looking at the instruction words. What is it that they want you to do? Do they want you to give your opinion? Do they want you to discuss the advantages and disadvantages? Do they want you to talk about problems and solutions? You must do what they ask you to do. So let's look at this question to analyze this question. So if I was analyzing this question, the first thing I would think about is, okay, what topic is this about? Okay, robots working, okay, so it's generally about technology. But I just don't write everything I know about technology. What I do is I have a look at it. Okay, what are the more specific keywords? Okay, so it's about robotics. Okay, so it's about robotics doing work for humans, basically. So that's what the specific things they want us to talk about. Okay, so I've understood this. Now I need to think about the instruction words. What do they want me to do with this statement? Well, there's two things they want you to do. They want you to answer this question. Why do you think this is happening? So you have to clearly state why you think this is happening. But it doesn't stop there. They want you then to say if you think it's a positive or negative development. So once we've understood the question and we've understood what they want us to do, the first thing that I always get my students to do is to make a decision on their answer. Make a decision about how they're going to answer this question. So how do we do that? Make a decision about how they're going to answer this question. So how do we do that? So make a decision early on. This will mean you think and you plan clearly. One of the worst things that you can do, guys, is start your essay without having a clear idea about how you're going to answer it. Many of you, many of the students that I work with, they email me after their test and they say, "Oh, I changed my answer halfway through. Like, is that okay? Will I be okay?" It's like, no, you've probably failed because you didn't decide early on. You didn't make a concrete plan. You should never start your essay without knowing what to do. It's like, running into New York City without having any idea where you're going. You're going to get pretty lost.
If you're wondering how I score top essay marks like these in university, one of my secret weapons is
reflection of your thinking. So I stole this quote from somebody called Tim Ferriss, who I follow online, and he's a writer, and he said this, and it really resonated with me because the students that I work with who are very confused about what they think about a question always write a very confusing essay. Students who think clearly about what they're going to write a very clear, easy to understand essay. And a huge part of your overall mark is coherence and cohesion and answering the question clearly. So that's very, very important. Here are some things that you should consider when deciding how you should answer. Keep it simple, guys. Do not overcomplicate things. Do not, as I say, your writing is a reflection of your thinking. If you overcomplicate everything and your thoughts are very, very complex, then you're going to write an overly complicated, confusing essay. The simplest, most straightforward answer is the best. One of the things that I find very difficult to convince students of when we start working together is that the simpler you make your essay, the clearer it becomes, the better it becomes, the higher marks you're going to get. Many of my students find that very difficult to accept because when you fail something or when you get a low score, you automatically assume that you need to complicate things or make things more advanced or make things more complex when the opposite is really true. And I guarantee many of you right now are thinking, that doesn't make any sense. How could making something simpler get me a higher mark? Guys, I wouldn't lie to you. I gave this advice to my wife when she was doing IELTS test. I give this advice to all of my VIP students. This really does work. Many of you won't believe me, that's fine. But once you start realizing this, then it is really powerful. It's more powerful than anything else. And also, when you're deciding your answer, write about the things that you can write about. Remember that you're going to have to take these ideas and explain them, support them with examples. Don't try and think of a really complex idea if you can't explain that idea. Think of a really complex idea if you can't explain that idea. So if I was deciding my answer for this one, what I would do is I would think, why do you think this is happening? And I would try and think of an idea right now for this one. That's not the one that we really need to worry about. For this one, is it a positive or negative development? This is the one that we really need to decide our answer on pretty quickly. Because if you go into the essay thinking, oh, I don't know if it's positive or negative, or some of it's positive, some of it, you're going to get very confused pretty quickly. For this, is it a positive or negative development? Just pick one. Just pick one. This is positive or this is negative. If you do that,
Kenapa sih harus ikut program wakaf Quran untuk santri? Ini adalah Al-Quran khusus hafalan hasil wakaf dari
you're making your life so much easier and so much simpler. So pick one side and go with it. And just pick the side that you would find easiest to write about. That's all you have to do. So for me, for example, I think this is positive and I have a really good idea about why I think this is positive and I'm able to support that idea, I would go with that one. Okay, so now we've analyzed the question and we've decided our idea. Now we need to think of ideas. You've already primed your brain to think of ideas in a logical way that will lead to clear ideas. So by deciding what you think about these things, by deciding your answer, you've already started on the path to thinking about a clear idea. However, many of you mess up when you get to this stage because you've been taught a technique for thinking of ideas that is completely wrong and is the worst thing that you could ever do. This area is taught incorrectly by 95% of IELTS teachers. Again, I'm not saying I'm the best IELTS teacher in the world, but when I see something in a textbook, I don't take that thing and just automatically teach it to my students. If I see something in a textbook or in a book or a blog or anywhere, I think about it and think, is this actually effective? Is this actually a good way to teach students? And the best example of that is brainstorming. Brainstorming is the worst thing that you could do. Why do most teachers teach brainstorming? Because they just look at a textbook or they just Google how to think of ideas and 95% of the stuff out there just says brainstorming. Why is brainstorming so bad? Complete waste of time. Brainstorming, you write the thing in the middle of the page and then you draw a bubble around it and then you draw arrows, and you don't have time to do that. You don't have time to think of 16 different ideas. And even if you do think of all of these different ideas, most of them are not specific. They don't answer the question. They're not specific, they're not relevant. So what happens at the end of a brainstorm session is you've got a bunch of ideas that are not specific to the question, not relevant to the question. You've just wasted a huge amount of time, and then you have to waste even more time going through all of these ideas. Stop it. Stop doing brainstorming. It's a really, really bad idea. Instead, we should just keep it most so just look at a textbook or they brainstorming. Why is brainstorming so bad? Complete waste of time. Brainstorming, you write the thing in the middle of the page, and then time to the end of a brainstorm. Session is you've got a bunch of ideas that are not specific to the question, not relevant to the question. You've just wasted a huge amount of time, and then you have to waste even more time going through all of these ideas. Stop it. Stop doing brainstorming. It's really, really bad idea. Instead, we should just keep it simple. The most obvious ideas are normally the best ones. The simplest, most straightforward ideas are the easiest to understand and the easiest to write about. There are no extra marks for amazing ideas. Many of you think that there are, 2 or 3 ideas for each question that get you a band 9 or a band 8. It doesn't work like that. It's not like the examiner has a list of ideas, and if they follow those ideas, they'll automatically get a high score. doesn't work like that. It works by, are your ideas relevant to the question? Do they answer the question? And how well do you develop and use those ideas? So how can we think of simple, straightforward ideas that we can use in our essay? The answer is the direct method. Ask yourself direct, specific questions about the question being asked. This will generate specific, relevant ideas in a very short amount of time. The first ideas you think of are normally the best. So many of you are very intelligent people, like doctors, engineers, lawyers, and throughout your life, throughout your studies, you have had to think of complex, complicated ideas your whole life. So when you do the IELTS test, you tend to do the same thing. Other people have been taught by teachers that, complex, high-level ideas are a good idea. Many of you just assume that you would get more marks if you think of more complicated ideas. The opposite is true. So what is a good idea? A good idea the opposite is true. So what is a good idea? A good idea is easy to understand, it's relevant to the question, answers the specific question, and is easy to explain. It's easy for you to take that idea, bring it into your main body paragraphs, and develop that idea. So many of you are probably thinking, what is this direct method? How do we use it? So So many of you are probably thinking, what is this direct method? How do we use it? So let's look at a question. Nowadays, more tasks at home and work are being performed by robots. So the direct method is where you take the question and you ask yourself a direct question to develop an idea. So why do you think this is happening? How would you think of an idea for this? In the most obvious way is you would just think, why is this happening? You would ask yourself that question. So instead of, drawing bubbles and arrows and all of these different mind maps and all of these different things, it's not hard when you just ask yourself the question. For this one, is it a positive or negative development? So let's say we decide that it's positive. How would you use the direct method? You'd very simply say, why is this positive?
We need to make a decision. What does the data say? I'm not.
Why not use
And instantaneously, your brain should be able to help you think of an idea. If it doesn't, wait, think about it a little bit more. This really does work. And when students start using this, they're like, why did I waste so much time brainstorming? And why did I do that for so long? This is just one example, and you can apply this, keep it simple mentalities, keep it simple methodology to pretty much everything on the IELTS test. And, reading, listening, speaking, writing. When you stop overcomplicating everything, then everything becomes much, much, much easier. I keep saying that IELTS is an easy test, overcomplicated by students. And that's really, really true. So let's just complicated by students. And that's really, really true. So let's just recap what we've done so far. You understand the question first, you've decided how you're going to answer it, and you've thought of relevant main ideas. So, as mentioned before, this is just the thinking stage, all right? So it's taken, 30 minutes to get to explain all of this, but you should be doing this in the real test in 1 or 2 minutes. This should be really, really easy for you to do once you practice doing it. You can't just take all this information and automatically start doing it. It's like any skill, you have to practice it, but once you practice doing it in this way, it becomes automatic. Just like riding a bike or tying your shoelaces, it was difficult in the beginning. You had to think about it a lot, but then it becomes automatic. So let me do a quick demo of those 3 stages with this question. So nowadays, more tasks at home and work are being performed by robots. So I would look at this, I would understand it. The words that I've highlighted in red here are the specific keywords. Okay, I know what this is about. Then I'd look at the first question. And what I would do with the first question is understand what it's asking me. I would think about it, I would decide it, and then I would ask myself a direct question, and I would think of an idea. And my idea is advancements in technology. Second question, is it a positive or negative development? I decide, okay, it's positive. Why is it positive? Because it reduces amount of work we have to do. So I did that in 1 minute. In the real test, that would take me 30 seconds to do that. You won't be able to do it in 30 seconds, but many of my students can do that consistently in less than a minute, in less than 2 minutes. Some of them take a bit longer, but I hope that you can see how effective that would be. Imagine opening your paper on exam day and being able to do that in 1 minute, and then you can start your planning. So now let's look at what is an introduction. Your planning. So now let's look at what is an introduction. Okay. So
Tes halo. Dari tadi gue ngomong ada suaranya nggak sih? Aduh, kacau kalau gak ada suaranya anjir. Gini lah streamer kecil, nggak ada yang nonton, nggak ada yang ngasih tahu kalau misalnya nggak ada suaranya anjir. Tadi ada doh. Apa cuma kali ini aja? Sampai kapan tadi nggak ada? Dari tadi nggak ada suaranya guys. Nih statistik ininya nyala nih dari tadi. Enggak sih, tadi tuh gue barusan lihat itu nggak ada suaranya. Oh god damn, I already yapping a lot before and my mic did not record it. Dari kapan lagi nggak ada ya?
Pakai datanya murah di aplikasi Go.
Masih iklan bujir. YouTube sekarang iklannya 2 kali sob. Suara klik-klikannya musik kedengeran banget ya. Ada yang nonton, halo, welcome to my stream. Guys, lu yang nonton, that you someone watching this, can you hear my voice? for your answer. No, you leave. Gua ambil makan dulu dah, lapar gua. Sumpah. Gue tuh tadi tuh mau ngomong apa ya, gue tuh mau tanya sesuatu tapi gue lupa apa gitu. Apa ya? Jadi gue tuh mau ngomong sesuatu, mau tanya sesuatu apa tapi ya. Oh iya, gini. Jadi kalau misalnya nih, misalnya ada sebuah pemilihan presiden atau apa gitulah pokoknya. Terus habis itu lu punya program, misalnya sekolah gratis atau misalnya universitas gratis gitu. Ketika lu punya program, lu tuh bakal menyampaikan itu tuh dengan detail atau gimana? Misalnya gini, lu bisa ngelihat keadaan perekonomian dan mulai menghitung atau gimana gitu. Budgetingnya yang lu lakuin ketika lu kampanye itu tuh apa gitu. Gue penasaran maksudnya gimana cara bekerja untuk bisa meyakinkan orang kalau itu tuh bakal jadi program lu gitu loh. Men gue pengen nonton sore anjir. Sore istri dari masa depan, sumpah gue pengen deh. Gue penasaran maksudnya apa ya, seseru itu kah gitu. Love language kamu apa? Physical touch. Kan LDR, ya udah physical touch screen. Siapa kan? Jadi hari ini ada seminar nasional di kampus, di auditorium kampus 1 UAD, soal statistika ya, data BPS. Yang bawa itu dokter Haji Hasto Wardoyo SPOG, Wali Kota Yogyakarta, Badan Pusat Statistik Republik Indonesia. Terus ada pemateri 1 Pak Mahrus, pemateri 2 Pak Susanto Dwi Antoro, pemateri 3 Pak Ignatius Triharstono. Kalau Pak Mahrus ini kan dosen UNIF, Pak Susanto itu ketua komisi A DPRD Kota Yogyakarta, dan Pak Ignatius itu Diskominfosan Kota Yogyakarta. Ini bakal jadi seru banget sumpah ketika lu belajar soal data dan yang ngebawain itu adalah orang-orang di bidangnya. Lu bakal makin tertarik untuk bisa menguasai data, untuk bisa ngerti data tuh. Belajar data tuh seru banget soalnya. Karena benar-benar dari data basah, data kasar, tapi kamu bisa ngolah di dalam sebuah aplikasi itu. Setelah ini lanjut lagi gak ya? Apa lanjut ntar malam? Dari menit 27 sampai menit 50, berarti ada kurang lebih berapa menit kita belajar tadi? Berapa menit materi kita belajar? 23. 1 jam lebih kita belajar, 23 menit doang kita menguasai. Soalnya ini tuh padat sih. Ini tuh padat. Materinya tuh padat. Materi terus gitu. Dan itu 11 jam tuh materi semua. Alhamdulillah. Thanks God for the food, for the drink, for everything you gave to me. Ya udah, kayaknya kalau misalnya kita mau nyelesain itu, mau bener-bener belajar itu, kayaknya nggak bisa berhenti gitu gitu. Bakal jadi kayak maraton kayak. 2 hari kemarin, last 2 day, it rainy a lot when afternoon, and I cannot do gym, so ya mager anjir, basah lebih tepatnya kalau di atas tuh, karena hujannya hujan angin. Ada sesuatu yang menyenangkan bisa gue lakukan nggak? Maksudnya kayak apa ya? Sebenarnya menyenangkan sih, cuman perlu istirahat sejenak. Mari istirahat sejenak. Apa sih ini rame banget nih, nggak tahu ah. I think my bottle is already dirty, so I need to wash it. Siapa ngechat? Kalian pernah nonton anime di Cijou nggak sih? Dengan semua humor dia, lucu banget anjir. I hate AI generate image. If you cannot drawing or cannot make editing for your image or for your video, just learn about it, man. Apa sih? Gak jelas. Ayo lanjut gak guys, lanjut gak? Lanjut gak? Gini. Let's spin the wheel. Bakal lanjut apa enggak? Kalau lanjut kita bakal lanjut di kalau lanjut kita bakal lanjut di setelah duhur. Kalau enggak kita lanjutin nanti habis jam 8 malam. Beep, beep, beep. Gitu ya. Kita spin wheel aja, spin wheel. Yeay, lanjut. Ya, jadi kita bakal lanjut tapi setelah duhur. Terus sekarang kita ngapain? Pip, 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 pip. bersantai sejenak. Loh, nggak ke charger anjir. Alamak. Sudah duhur. Just call me daddy. Hey, Chow Jiwoo, itu cantik banget. Chow Jiwoo, Jiwoo. Emang iya, emang iya. Ada 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 apa? Ada serangga namanya saxonovoid. Jadi satu-satunya hewan yang huruf awalnya itu X. Saxonovoid. Coba salah huruf X seroseme. Gak ada anjir saxonovoid. Gak ada saxonovoid anjir. Gak ada bejir. Serus, tupai tanah, seme, burung camar kecil, soloid, squintil. Gak ada anjir. Saxonovoid.
Apa yang kita tengok ni sebenarnya adalah apabila seekor tepuan jatuh cinta dengan bertadak lalu dia bukan omongan. Ini namanya adalah magic fly. Nampak macam agak scary. Kebanyakan ular ni haram tak kalau dimakan?
Gak ada anjir. Gak ada bang. Gak ada tuh saxonovoid. Entah lah. Pip. Gak ada saxonovoid bejir. Dah, berhubung udah duhur, gue sholat dulu. Habis itu kita lanjut lagi.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, Edge of Intelligence.
Oke, this 1 jam bengong bareng, tapi ada HTM-nya. Bengong doang bayar anjing. Bangsat. 85.000 dapat apa? What you will get: calm, cozy space to pause and slow down, guidance journal for gentle reflection, certificate of doing nothing. Certificate of doing nothing. We can get a certificate of doing nothing. Even documentation, refreshing infused water, free product from Earth, Love Life. Enggak, lu cuman pengen bengong nih, lu bengong, bayar, terus ada sertifikatnya, ada sponsornya gitu loh. Maksudnya lu bengong apa yang dibayar, bengong apa itu, bengong apa yang bayar, bengong apa yang disponsori, lu bengong disponsori gitu loh. Maksudnya lu bisa aja kayak bisa tapi ini bengong, lu bengong tapi ada sponsornya, bengong disponsori. Hari Minggu 27 Juli 2025 di Gripa Studio Jakarta Selatan tuh buat kalian yang mau ikut. Nih silakan di screenshot kalau mau. Buat kalian yang mau ikut, silakan lah. Lu bengong 85.000 dapat certificate of doing nothing, and after you get the certificate, you will put it on CV or on LinkedIn or something like that. On the wire, once saved the time, another saved the other. What's the most on you? Jadi ceritanya ada orang skizo, dia skizofrenia, dia berimajinasi dan punya entah ya, gue sih ngeliatnya skizo ya, cuman kan nggak tahu ya klaim sebenarnya apa. Di situ dia itu ngerasa ada ular masuk di rumahnya, panggil ke damkar. Panggil ke damkar. Dia kan skizo ya, tapi mencari pertolongan yang logikal gitu. Ketika ada ular masuk ke rumah, telepon damkar. Lucu banget. Damkarnya pura-pura ngusir ular gaib anjing. Kenapa lucu banget sih orang-orang? Eh. tuh. Udah 12.21. Udah gue serat dulu. Kagak sholat. Yo, I'm back. Halo guys. Ayo, kita lanjut. Kita masuk ke introduction.
An introduction tells the reader what to expect. All right, always think of the reader. So an introduction is just helping the reader understand what the essay or what the whatever you're writing, that could be, you know, a journal or a dissertation or anything like that. The introduction just helps the reader understand what you're going to write about. And it helps the reader follow the rest of your essay. Again, always think of the reader. Many of you, when you're doing the IELTS test, you're not thinking of the reader at all. You're thinking, how many fancy words can I put in here? How many fancy grammar structures can I put in here? Without really thinking, am I clearly communicating with the reader? Because the main reason why you write anything is to communicate.
Hello, my name is Kidon. I'm 19 this year. I come from Indonesia and
You communicate with the person reading. And it also helps you get your thoughts in order. So think of it as a meeting. Write anything is to communicate. You communicate with the person reading. And it also helps you get your thoughts in order. So think of it as a mini plan that will help you write a better essay. So people who write very, very clear introductions normally write very, very clear main body paragraphs and conclusions. If I see an introduction, I can pretty much predict what the rest of the essay is going to look like. A very good introduction is a good indicator.
Bentar.
Of what the rest of the essay is going to be like. Don't worry, examiners don't just look at the introduction, they'll always look at everything. But people who write bad introductions normally write bad main body paragraphs and conclusions. People who write very, very good introductions write very good main body paragraphs because it's kind of like a little mini plan. They know exactly what they're going to write about.
Okay.
Little mini introductions write very good main body paragraphs because it's kind of like a little mini plan. They know exactly what they're going to write about.
Jadi, so this is the what I understand for the introduction. The introduction is the first paragraph that reader want to read. When reader interesting to read the introduction, they will read all of your essay. And what you want to write on write what you want to write on the introduction is always to think about the reader. What will the reader will think about your essay? Like thinks about what happen if someone read my essay, and is that use complicated word? I don't think so. Just use the simple word and make it just back to the basic. Make it simple, make it straightforward, and make a reader enjoy what you write on essay. And after that, helps the reader follow the rest of your essay. Always think of reader. Yes, again and again. Just think if someone read your essay. If you feel like you use too complicated word, too complicated structure, the reader not enjoy to read your essay. And when you write the introduction, this is like a mini plan. You will write all of the another of how can I say, if you write the introduction, it will help you to make a mini plan to write the rest of your essay, because the introduction is like what is it, kayak ngepimpin ngebantu apa ya, ngebimbing kayak menuntun bahasa Inggrisnya apa ya, it will help you to explain the rest of your point of the essay, the rest of your point of your opinion of your answer. And ya gimana ya anjir ngejelasinnya, sumpah susah banget ya. Ya gitulah pokoknya. Jadi di introduction selalu pikirkan, always think about the reader, and in introduction that is the mini plan that help you to write the better essay. So if you write the introduction, you will write in that what is it, in that circle. You cannot move to, get out of the circle that you want to make. Like example like this, you want to write something, you want to write A, B, and C. Okay, this the circle is, the inside of the circle is A, B, and C. In introduction, you will guide yourself and your writing only for A, B, and C, not D, E, or F. Understand, right? Yeah, just like that. Yeah.
Kind of like a little mini plan.
Wait a minute.
And they know exactly what they're going to write about. Also, what is an introduction not? So it's not a chance to show the examiner how amazing your language is.
Oh, point one.
Do not insert lots of fancy words and memorized phrases and all of these different things. If you can use high-level language, be my guest, use it. But if you don't know how to use it, don't stick it into your introduction, because you're starting your essay off in a way that makes it impossible to read, because the examiner has no idea what you're talking about, because the collocations are wrong, the meaning of the word is wrong, the grammar is all wrong. Focus on clarity. It's also not a chance to hook the reader. You do not have to hook the reader. The reader is an IELTS examiner who's being paid to look at your writing. Believe me, they do not need to be hooked, so don't be writing any hooks. It's also not a chance for you to use memorized phrases or proverbs or quotes or anything like that. If you have a teacher who is telling you to memorize proverbs or quotes to put into your introduction or any part of your task 2 essay, run very, very, very far away from them, because they do not know what they're talking about.
Okay, the first, this is the the something you not doing when you write on introduction. When you writing the introduction, use the easiest sentence, easiest structure, easiest word. So easiest word. And when reader read your, what is it, essay, is not too difficult to understand it, and do not hook the reader. Just do not hook the reader. Just like be yourself and trying to straightforward, simple, and be yourself at it. And after that, do not use a lot of proverbs or quotes on introduction. Yeah, you got the point, right?
So 3 elements to a double question introduction. This is something that...
Wait a minute. I will write it first. The first one is make it introduction is to make like a mini plan of your essay. Do not use always think of the reader. Do not use complicated word and try to hook the reader. Apalagi tadi?
Element are away from them, because they are any part being paid in your line. Write very good.
Helps the reader for the rest of your essay. Always think of the reader. Okay. Help the reader follow the rest of your essay. Follow the rest of your essay. Always think of the, do not use complicated words or trying to hook the readers.
Positions are based on class. So not a chance for you to use memorized phrases.
Do not use or do not use to use your memorize phrases. Memorize. Yeah, how to use it? Memorize it. Or quote. make it simple, straightforward, and help the reader to follow the rest of your essay. Okay.
Or has to. This is 3 elements to a double question introduction.
Okay, this is the 3 element of how. Bentar, ini gimana cara aku buatnya? Ini masih di introduction sih harusnya. Oh, ditaruh di tengah aja. Ini masuk ke question soalnya. 3 element to double question. Element to double question introduction. Oh, ini masih masuk ke introduction ternyata.
This is something that is specific to double question introductions. If you want help with other introductions, obviously you need to go a little bit farther, and this only applies to double question introductions. So number 1, paraphrase the question statement.
Okay. This is the important point. If you have a question, the first one is paraphrase. Salah lagi. Phrase the question. Teman.
And then number 2, briefly answer question 1. Number 3, briefly answer question 2. So
briefly answer question 1 and briefly answer question 2. Jadi gimana cara kita buat menjembatani antara question number 1 and question number 2? Briefly question no 1, briefly question no 2. Aduh, salah.
There are not 3 separate paragraphs. There are 3 elements. So for a double question,
on this introduction, this is one paragraph with 3 elements.
If you do those 3 things and write them clearly so that it's easy to understand, so it helps the reader, you're off to a great start with your essay. So let's start off with how to paraphrase, and then we'll look in more detail at how to briefly answer both questions.
I knew I was underwater. I just didn't realize I was this underwater.
So paraphrasing. So paraphrase is you state the same ideas but using different words. So how would you say it in your own words? So when you paraphrase something, it must mean the same, but you're using different words to express the same meaning. And we can do that in many different ways. I'm going to show you 2 ways. I'm not going to show you 6 or 7 different ways because we've already been talking for about 35 minutes or something like that, and that would take way too long. So I'm going to show you the 2 most effective ways, or the 2 most common ways. The number 1 way is to use synonyms. So synonyms are words that mean the same but different words. Or we can use this by changing the structure of a sentence. We can flip the clauses around, or both. I'm going to show you how you can combine both to paraphrase effectively.
Okay. On this part, this is a paraphrasing. Paraphrasing is the same idea but using different word, like one meaning but have many words. Like when you say Apa ya kira-kira ya? When you want to say like paraphrasing apa ya? Gimana nggak sih contohnya? Oh gini aja. When you want to say zero, you can use not. That is the another word of you want to say zero, not the British way, as far as I know. Or we can use by the synonym, or we can use by the changing the structure. The structure when structure is use the passive sentence, not active sentence. But let's see the example.
But let's look at some common errors. These are really, 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 really important. Most of you are not paraphrasing effectively because you're doing things that maybe you've been taught incorrectly, or maybe you just have a wrong idea about what paraphrasing is and what it isn't, and the different rules and requirements for IELTS. So the most common problem is people trying to change every single word.
Okay.
Sometimes there will be some words that either are impossible to change. For example, a date, you can't change a date, or, you know, a place name or a person's name. You simply can't change those words. Or sometimes you'll get a word that you don't know how to change. So if you see a word and you don't know how to change it, you can either just guess and try your best and 99% sure you're going to make a mistake, or you can repeat that word. There is a huge stigma, incorrect stigma, about repeating words. I don't know where this comes from, but many teachers teach their students that you can never repeat a word. Let's think about how ridiculous that statement is. Think about articles and prepositions. Think about, you know, the word and or the or of. Some teachers teach their students that you can't repeat those words. That's ridiculous. Look at any good writing, and there will be several words that are repeated, maybe even in the first sentence. Also, as we've just mentioned, there are some words, for example, dates, times, place names, company names, people's names, you know, many nouns that you just cannot change. You should vary your language as much as you can to demonstrate to the examiner that you have a wide-ranging vocabulary. That's absolutely true. But many of you actually fail the test because you are so afraid of repeating a word. Many times students have argued with me about this and say, oh, you don't know what you're doing, you repeated a word. Yeah, that's totally normal to repeat a word. The rule is vary your language as much as you can, but not to the detriment of your overall score.
Don't to try to changing every single word. And this guy says, is it okay if we use the repeating word like the or something like that? But maybe why the other English teacher say to avoid them. Maybe can we just make a conclusion if we can changing the word but not, we can use repeating word but not the, what is it, the apa ya, gue bingung kalimatnya anjir. Jangan gunakan repeating word, tapi jangan terlalu sering gitu pokoknya. Gimana ya?
Changing words incorrectly. So this comes from people fearing repeating words, so they try and change words as many times as possible. And most of the time when they're doing that, they're doing it incorrectly. So the meaning could be wrong, the collocations could be wrong, the spelling could be wrong, the grammar could be wrong. Don't change a word unless you know how to change it properly, because all of those mistakes add up. If you're making mistakes in most of your sentences, it's impossible to get a 7 or above. Impossible. If you look at the marking criteria. Also, not thinking about grammar.
Okay. Changing word incorrectly. If you want to change the word but correctly. Incorrect way. Maybe you the incorrect way is like you are typo, you are misspell it, just like that.
When you change words, it changes the grammar within the sentence, and you need to be aware of that. Again, if most of your sentences have grammar errors in them, it's impossible to get a 7 or above. To get a 7 or above, most of your sentences need to be error-free. No errors in them at all. Think about that for a second. Think about your writing. Do you think that you can produce an essay where the majority of your sentences have no errors in them at all? That's a standard you need to get to. For many of you, it's not that you have problems with vocabulary and grammar. It's because you have been taught silly rules like you cannot ever repeat a word, and that's causing you to get a low score because you're making so many mistakes as a result. So let's think about an essay. Sentences need to be
the last point I cannot understand.
Free. Your spelling could be wrong, the grammar could be wrong. Don't change a word unless you know how to change it properly, because all of those mistakes add up. If you're making mistakes in most of your sentences, it's impossible to get a 7 or above. Impossible. If you look at the marking criteria. Also, not thinking about grammar. When you change words, it changes the grammar within the sentence, and you need to be aware of that. Again, if most of your sentences have grammar errors in them, it's impossible to get a 7 or above. To get a 7 or above, most of your sentences need to be error-free. No errors in them at all. Think about that for a second. Think about your writing.
When you want to change the word, think about the grammar. Yeah, that's the point. Okay, that's the point. I know. Okay. Paraphrasing.
Changes the example, a date. They're using different ways because we've already been talking for about 35 minutes or something like that. And
paraphrase for the paraphrase is state the same idea but using different word. State the idea but using different word. How would say it in your own word? How your own words.
Not impossible. One way is to use synonyms. So
we can do this by using synonyms. Synonym.
So synonyms are changing the structure of a.
We can use this by changing the structure of the sentence. We can do this by changing the structure of the sentence. Structure of the sentence. Or we can do both. Paraphrase common mistake.
So are impossible.
Changing every single word. Every single word.
To change. Teach. Send. People's name. Afraid of repeat.
Can change.
Repeat a word. The word, their overall score. Vary your language as much as you can, but not to the detriment of your overall score. Changing
words incorrectly.
words incorrectly. So this comes from people fearing repeating words, so they try and change.
Don't fear repeating words.
Words as many times as possible, and most of the time when they're doing that, they're doing it incorrectly. So the meaning could be wrong, the collocations could be wrong.
Repeating word, think about the meaning, the spelling.
Try and change words as many times as possible, and most of the time when they're doing that, they're doing it incorrectly. So the meaning could be wrong, the collocations could be wrong.
Collocation.
Wrong, spelling could be.
Relax, tiba-tiba.
They're doing it incorrectly. So the meaning could be wrong, the collocations could be wrong, spelling could be wrong, the grammar could be wrong.
Grammar.
Don't change a word unless you know how to change it properly.
Don't change the words unless you know how to change it
properly, because all of those mistakes
properly
add up. If you're making mistakes in most of your sentences, it's impossible to get a 7 or above. Impossible. If you look at the marking criteria. Also, not thinking about grammar. When you change words, it changes the grammar within the sentence, and you need to be aware of that. Again, if most of your sentences have grammar errors in them, it's impossible to get a 7 or above. To get a 7 or above, most of your sentences need to be error-free. No errors in them at all. Think about that for a second. Think about your writing. Do you think that you can produce an essay where the majority of your sentences have no errors in them at all? That's a standard you need to get to. For many of you, it's not that you have problems with vocabulary and grammar, it's because you have been taught silly rules like you cannot ever repeat a word, and that's causing you to get a low score because you're making so many mistakes as a result. So let's
Oke. Ini not thinking what grammar.
Let's think about synonyms. Be very careful here. Your synonyms must match and make sense. Just because they are synonyms does not mean you can automatically use them.
Okay, I see.
So one of the biggest problems when people paraphrase is when they're practicing, especially, they'll see a word and what they'll do is they'll Google that word or look that word up in an online thesaurus. And when you do that, it will show you, 20 or 50 different synonyms. Now, some of those synonyms you can use, most of them you will not be able to use. Just because a word is a synonym doesn't automatically mean that you can use it when you're paraphrasing. Let's look at an example. So imagine you've seen in a question, rich country. So if you Google rich and look up the synonyms of rich, you might see decadent as a synonym of rich. And it is. Rich and decadent are synonyms. Do they mean the same thing? No, not at all. Someone can be very rich, but they can't be, they're not decadent at the same time. Look up the meaning of those two words and you'll see it means different things. Country and kingdom. So a country, yes, country and kingdom are synonyms. Can you use them when you're paraphrasing? No.
Tricks, fun starts here.
Here's the highest paying remote job you can do from anywhere. No degree, no experience, and
some countries are kingdoms, most of them aren't. All right, so this is to show you that you can't just look something up and automatically use it as a synonym. Also, when you're in the test and you're thinking of synonyms, don't just write down the very first thing you think of that loosely relates to that word. A more accurate way would be to use synonyms that actually mean the same thing. Rich and wealthy mean the same thing. Country and nation mean the same thing. They're synonyms, they're close synonyms, they're not loose synonyms like these ones, and you can use those, so be very, very careful.
Okay.
Other synonyms like these ones, and you can use those, so be very, very careful.
Got it. Synonyms. Be careful here. Your synonym must match and make sense. Be careful. Very. Gimana sih kalimatnya? Be very careful here. Your synonyms must match and make sense. Your synonyms must match and make sense. Just because they are synonyms doesn't mean you can automatically use them. Just because they are synonyms. Synonym pakai S, kocak. Synonyms does not mean you can automatically use them. Kok automatically. Oh ya benar. Wisdom.
Other thing when you're paraphrasing is you can change the structure a little bit. So most of the time what you'll do is there will be 2 or 3 clauses in the background statement, and what you'll do is you'll just flip the clauses around. So the last clause becomes the first clause and the first clause becomes the last clause. But when you do this, be very careful that your new sentence makes sense grammatically. All right, let's look at an example. So many developed nations have opened their doors to refugees recently. So if we wanted to change the structure, what we do is we just take the second part of this and open their doors to refugees, put this at the beginning, and then many developed nations put this at the end. But when you do this, you have to be aware of grammar, because when you change words around, the grammar changes and you need to be very careful. So I had one student on my VIP course, and when they tried to do this, this is what they wrote.
Recently, refugees go to developed nations who open their doors. Recently, refugees have been taken in by many developed nations.
Recently, refugees go to developed nations who open their doors. And I said to them, okay, think about the meaning of this sentence, think about the grammar, and then try to fix it, fix your problems. And they changed it to, recently refugees have been taken in by many developed nations. So when they became aware of the grammar and became aware of meaning, they changed it so that it means that it's grammatically correct.
Okay, be careful that your new sentence makes sense grammatically. Okay, nanti maksudnya changing structure. Changing the structure. Be careful that your new sentence makes sense grammatically. Be careful. Your new sentence makes sense grammatically.
Okay, so an effective way to paraphrase is to use synonyms and combine that with changing the structure slightly. You don't always have to use this, but it is an effective method. Again, there are 4 or 5 other ways that you could do this, and 4 or 5 other ways that you can paraphrase. We don't have time to go into those right now, but let's look at how to do this. So you can combine these 2 techniques to paraphrase effectively. So let's take this question and I took a real student example from a student who I'm working with at the moment, and let's show you what she wrote. In recent years, refugees have been taken in by many countries in the developed world. So the reason why I've highlighted these 2 is I want to highlight something for you. So when she first sent me this, she made a big error here. She used a different word. She actually used the word fugitive. And I said, okay, so why did you use fugitive? And she said, I looked it up on Google, and I Googled it, and fugitive is a synonym of refugee. And I didn't know any other way to write it. And I said, okay, so you don't know any other way to write it. Fugitive is wrong, so you've just lowered your score. Why not just repeat the word? And she said, oh, you can't repeat the word. You're not allowed to do that. My old teacher told me not to do that. And I said, it's fine. You don't have to change every single word when you're paraphrasing. If there's just one word that you can't change, keep it. it's better to keep it and repeat it than it is to make a big error, because fugitive just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Also, what she did here, she made a mistake here, and I said to her again, why did you make this mistake? And she said, oh, again, I don't want to repeat the word developed. And I said, well, you're not actually repeating it. If you changed it to developed world, you're changing developed nations. So if you think of developed nations as a collocation, as a unit of language, you've changed that collocation to a different collocation, two words that work together. So you've repeated the word developed, but you've not actually repeated it because you've combined it with, correctly combined it with world. So that is fine to do that because you've actually demonstrated to the examiner that you know that developed nations and developed world are the same thing, and they go together and they collocate well together. So in recent years, refugees have been taken in by many countries in the developed world. If we put that together, does it mean the same thing as this? Yes. Is it grammatically correct? Yes. Is it varied as much as we can vary it? Yes. So that's a very, very good paraphrase that she produced. So let's look.
Okay. So, the synonym and changing structure. You can combine these two techniques to paraphrase efficiently. So, you can gimana gue ngejelasinnya? You changing the structure and you use synonym on it. But if you cannot find the right word for the what is it? For the synonyms you want to change, just keep it that word. It's okay to repeat the word or you it's okay to keep it keep use that word, then you there is the better than you use another word and make it wrong. You wrong how to use it. You understand, right? Yeah.
Vary it? Yes. So that's a very, very good paraphrase that she produced. So let's look at this.
Gue ngerti, tapi bingung ngejelasinnya gimana ya. Gue tuh berusaha. I try to explain to myself. I try to explain to you who watching this. Bentar, live streamnya nge-lag gak sih? Enggak kan?
This question. Nowadays, more tasks at home and work are being performed by robots. So here are two different ways that you could paraphrase this. Robotics increasingly play a role both in the home and the workplace.
Okay.
And robotics increasingly carry out jobs both in the home and in the workplace. So,
okay.
Again, asking yourself these questions. Does this mean the same as this? Yes. Are they grammatically correct? Yes. Have they varied them as much as they can? Yes. Are there some words that they have repeated? Yeah. Home, that's fine. Obviously is an article, and we can't change, and it's fine just to repeat these words, but we have varied it as much as we can. So if a student wrote this, I'd be very, very happy with this.
Okay. Paham. I understand it.
So next we need to briefly answer each question.
Okay.
So why do you think this is happening? Advancements in technology. Is it a positive or negative development? It's positive because it reduces the amount of work. So this would be the plan. We would be looking at our plan, and then we can write a sentence like this. This is due to advancements in technology, and it should be seen as a positive development because it reduces a person's workload.
Okay.
So we've taken our plan and we've converted our plan into a sentence, and then we can put this all together into a nice introduction. So this is our introduction. The part in red is our paraphrase, and then the part in blue is us answering both of those questions. So this is something you should probably pause, have a look at, think about it, think about how all the different stages, all the different steps that we took brought us to this paragraph. And then think about how easy it would be to start the rest of our essay by following what is in this introduction. So, and think about how easy it would be for the reader and for yourself to understand what you are going to write, and then what you write in the rest of your essay is going to be very clear and easy to understand.
Okay, I understand this. I understand how it work. I understand how it must work. But to be honest, I'm scared of this. To be honest, I'm scared of this. I'm scared to writing essay. This is just the beginning. This is why I'm too scared. Like, you learn something new, and you afraid to make a mistake. But you must make a mistake so you can learn about it. Gimana ya? Okay. Yang pertama, the first of the paragraph, we must paraphrase the topic. Right. After that, we answering the big point of the question number 1, and we briefly to question number 2. That's why for bridge question number 1 and question number 2 use and. This is the question number 1. This is due to advancement in technology, and it should be seen as positive development because it reduces a person's workload.
And what you write in the rest of your essay is going to be very clear and easy to understand. So let's summarize what we did in this lesson. We analyzed the question, we planned our answer, we paraphrased, we briefly answered both questions, and then we put it all together.
Easy, right? Yeah, easy. Just analysis, make it plan, paraphrase, brief another all of the answer in from the question, and put it all together. Make it one paragraph. Okay? Easy. Look easy, but I'm too scared to. Okay. Summary for introduction is analysis the analyze, what is it? Udah lulus ya bang? Oi, sudah, alhamdulillah sudah lulus kuliah, sudah lulus S1. Maaf ya, ini kadang-kadang chatnya nggak gue baca. Bukannya nggak gue baca, gue telat baca karena gue terlalu serius. Jadi bersabarlah. Analyze the question. Make it plan, paraphrase, briefly answer both question, put it all together. Ya, just sesimpel itu, as simple as that. Keren bang, jadi ingat waktu skripsi waktu itu. Iya, waktu itu banyak ngabisin waktu juga ya waktu ini ya, sambil live streaming ya skripsinya ya. Makasih banyak loh, ini bukan dukungan kalian para follower lama. Gue bisa menyelesaikan skripsi dan gue bisa lanjut untuk belajar hal lain. Maka dari itu gue ngelakuin live streaming ini biar kalian tuh ada memorinya gitu sama gue. Jadi gue tuh bisa diingat sama kalian gitu. Oh ini loh mas-mas yang waktu itu skripsian pusing sendiri. Oh ini loh waktu ya mas-mas yang waktu itu skripsian kayak mau mati. Dan sekarang gue ngelakuin itu juga. Tapi sekarang kita beda topik. Kita sekarang lagi belajar IELTS. Ya. Pokoknya gue mau ngejelasin kalau misalnya gue belajar IELTS itu biar apa? Biar gue bisa kerja di luar negeri, biar bisa gue kenapa gue tiba-tiba beli terus dah? Gue bisa untuk kuliah lagi di luar negeri. Oke. Thank you loh, makasih banyak loh udah mampir loh. Ya. Ini maaf chatnya agak terlambat gue baca karena gue terlalu serius. Oh ya, by the way, gue bakal naruh ini nanti di YouTube juga. Jadi record dari live stream gue bakal taruh di YouTube. Jadi buat kalian yang masih pengen ikut belajar bareng untuk bisa ngerti bareng segala macam, kalian bisa langsung aja nanti ke YouTube. Nah, gitu.
This is your task. So pause the video and write this down, or pause the video and take a screenshot or whatever. Look at this question, follow the steps outlined in this lesson, and write an introduction. Do not write a full essay, just write an introduction.
Oke. Jadi di sini serunya ternyata ada. Let's go bang, pamit dulu, semangat ya. Oh ya, makasih banyak lo udah mampir ya. Besok mampir lagi deh. Gue bakal live stream terus kok. Thank you. Kita dapat homework di sini. Oke, homework introduction. Look at the question below. Follow the step outlined in this lesson and write an introduction. Now this artificial intelligence is being used to drive cars. Okay. Nowadays. Artificial intelligence is being used to drive car. Why is this happening? And is it a positive or negative development? It is a positive or negative development. Okay. Nowadays, artificial intelligence is being used to drive cars. Why this is happening? It is a positive or negative development. Wait. Okay. Mana gua ganti scene dulu. Gua ganti scene. Udah ganti belum? Udah kan? Oke. Jadi yang pertama adalah kita harus ngeparafrase ini. Kita harus parafrase dia. Bagaimana cara parafrasenya? Nowadays artificial intelligence is being used to drive car. Lately, a lot of cars can drive by artificial intelligence. Driven. Bener kan? Kok salah ya? Kenapa ya? Gue salah pakai verb kah? Oke, nggak apa. Salah. Drive bukan drive. Masa drive aja? Drive by artificial intelligence. Coba nanti kita ini. Why this is happening? Is it a positive or negative development? Gimana cara jawabnya? Why is this happening? Because of kenapa ini bisa terjadi? Kenapa ini bisa kejadian? Karena ini adalah bentuk dari perkembangan teknologi artifisial, perkembangan dari kecerdasan buatan. Oke, gini. Kita buat kasarnya dulu. Karena ini terjadi karena perkembang artificial intelligence. Is it a positive or negative development? This is a positive development. AI are not tired, cannot be tired if drive car so far away. Gimana guys? Gimana? Gimana caranya? Oke. Sekarang kita buat ininya. Sekarang kita buat apa nih? Kalimat fullnya. Lately, the improvement of technology of artificial intelligence teknologi of gimana gimana ya. Many cars can driven by artificial intelligence. The improvement perkembangan improvement of this can mengganti itu apa? Mengganti can mengganti itu apa? Mengganti gini, mengganti untuk mengendarai. Gimana ya bahasanya ya? Aduh, kan kenapa aku bulet-bulet banget, apa complicated banget. Can bentar kita cari di pel aja. Susah banget. Mengganti, replacing driver wah gila. Lately many cars can drive by the improvement of artificial intelligence can replacing driver to drive a car. Nggak bulat-bulat ini apa, complicated. Jadi dia bisa ngeganti supir kalau misalnya supirnya itu kelelahan. Lately many cars can drive by artificial intelligence. The improvement of artificial intelligence can replacing driver when do a long trip. Gimana? Udah 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 pas belum? Atau ada yang lebih bagus? Sebentar, ini tuh nggak menjawab pertanyaan yang pertama sebenarnya. Why is this happening? Ini repeating sentence di sini. Repeating the meaning. Lately, many cars can drive by artificial intelligence. The technology of artificial intelligence nowadays can replace driver when do a long trip. Jadi nggak bisa pakai nowadays. Tetap pakai the development, perkembangan development, ya the development. Lately, many cars can drive by artificial intelligence. The development of artificial intelligence can replace driver when do a long trip. Jadi di ini yang gua rasa ya, yang pertama kita udah paraphrasing ini ya, topiknya. Terus untuk ngejawab pertanyaan pertama itu development of artificial intelligence, and untuk menjawab pertanyaan yang kedua, is it a positive or negative development, kita jawabnya pakai contohnya. Bisa gitu nggak kira-kira? Bisa gitu nggak ya? Kita bakal balik lagi ke sini nanti. Sekarang kita lanjutin dulu ininya. Videonya. Di sini ada feedback 1.
Welcome to the AI Writer tutorial. This walkthrough will give you an overview of how to use the tool.
We looked at lesson 1, and this is the feedback on lesson 1. So if you have not completed lesson 1, go and do that and complete your introduction. Because if you haven't completed your introduction, this video will not make sense at all. So what we're going to do in this video is we're going to give you feedback on your work. So we're going to look at some checklists that you can use to help you improve your own introductions. We're going to give you some samples that need improvement, and I'll talk about why they need improvement so you can learn from them. And then we'll look at some good samples from students that have produced good samples, and then we'll look at some VIP samples from my VIP group. Okay, so first of all, it's amazing to see so many of you taking action to improve your lives. The only way that you're going to improve your IELTS scores is by taking action, by learning what to do, by doing that thing, and by getting feedback on your work. So well done for doing that. And if you didn't get the work done, don't feel guilty and give up. Like, things happen, you know, life gets in the way. Go back and complete it, and then you'll be able to make progress. So, first of all, I want to talk about criticism. So I'm going to give 3 feedback lessons in this course, and most of it will be criticism. It will be mostly me saying, this isn't good, you need to do this to improve. And the only way you will improve is to seek criticism and to use it to improve. And we only actually work with students that have this attitude because it's so key. You cannot improve your scores unless you have a very positive attitude to negative criticism. And none of the things we say are a criticism of you as a person. They're just designed to help you improve your writing so you can improve your life. So that's our main goal, is just to help you get the scores you need, and then you can move on and improve your life in whatever way. IELTS scores will help you do that. So, is feedback important? Yes, it's the most important thing. The lessons and tasks are just the first steps. However, they are a complete waste of time if you do not take action on your feedback. So many people, when we've done courses like this before, what they'll do is they'll just look at the content videos. They won't actually do the tasks, and they especially won't look at the feedback videos because they think that they're not that important. But let's look at how important it actually is. So the first thing you need to do is you need to look and think. It is essential that you understand the feedback provided and think deeply about how it applies to your work. So we cannot give individual feedback on this course. We do that on other courses, but not on this course because it's a free course and there's so many people. But what you can do instead of getting individual feedback is you can understand the general global feedback we're giving today and think about how it applies to your own work. Then you can apply that, as I've just said. Honestly apply what you've learned to your own work and think about how it might apply to your work in the future. And then finally, adapt your work in accordance with the feedback and improve it. And repeat that cycle. And if you repeat that cycle, then you're going to improve. So here was your homework task. And what I asked you to do was complete an introduction. So there were 3 things that you needed to do. You needed to understand the question. You needed to paraphrase the question, and you needed to briefly answer both questions.
Okay.
So here
we already do that, right?
Here's a little paraphrasing checklist. We'll look at the first thing that you needed to do, you practically needed to do first. So, first thing you need to do was, does the sentence mean the same as...
Does the sentence mean the same as the question? Wait, let's see. Nowadays, artificial intelligence is being used to drive cars. Lately, many cars can drive by artificial intelligence. Is that the same meaning? Same, right? Okay, let's continue.
The question, are there any vocabulary errors? And is the sentence grammatically correct? So,
okay. Vocabulary errors. Maybe I forget about this word drive driven or drive, yeah. I forget about it. And for the last thing is the sentence grammatical correctly? I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. Yeah, let's continue it first.
If you can answer affirmatively to those questions, if you can say, yes, it does mean exactly the same as the question, no, there aren't any vocabulary errors, my vocabulary is good, and yes, the sentence is grammatically correct, then there's no problem with your paraphrasing.
Okay.
So let's look at each of these. Does it mean the same thing? So the question said, nowadays artificial intelligence is being used to drive cars.
Anjir,
And
ini
this
lebih
one
bagus, Cok.
is a student sample. Nowadays, automobile industries are growing rapidly in these competitive markets with advanced technologies and artificial intelligence. Now,
Bagus banget, anjir.
the question doesn't say anything about automobile industries or about them growing rapidly or about competitive markets. So this doesn't mean the same because they've included things
This doesn't mean the same.
that just aren't included in the question. Do not include things that are not included in the question.
Jadi yang gue bilang bagus ini barusan, itu adalah nggak bagus, itu adalah jelek. Karena apa? Karena dia menambah-nambahkan atau menuliskan sesuatu yang nggak ada, gitu.
That just aren't included in the question. Do not include things that are not included in the question.
Do not include things that not include on the question.
Let's look at this one. Doesn't mean the same. Due to our rapid life movement, the complexity of our life, and the high technology that we face nowadays, so the question doesn't say anything about your life. It doesn't say anything about complex life or fast-paced life or any of those things. So why would you include this? This is just them showing off or copying someone else's answer, which is not the thing that you need to do. Does this mean the same? So the automotive industry is rapidly developing for the last decade? Nope. And one of their latest inventions is utilizing artificial intelligence for car driving in order to make it safer and more convenient for people to travel. So does it say anything about safer and more convenient in the question? No. So why would you include it in your paraphrase?
Influencers, educators, traders. Why promote someone else's prop firm when you can own your own?
Does this mean the same thing? Artificial intelligence is the fruit of human beings' much toiled work. No, it's nothing to do with it.
Okay.
And you might think that I've went and picked some really, really bad examples. These are very, very common examples. These are not extreme. These are not, and things that you don't see that often. You see these things over and over and over and over again. The other thing that you need to do is you need to change your sentence enough. A lot of the things that we see are people taking words and phrases from the question and putting them into their paraphrase. Now, you can include some things, but more than 50% of the sentence is directly copied from the question. If you copy one or two words, that's fine, but overall, you shouldn't copy like more than 50% of the question.
Okay, you want to paraphrasing, but do not copy more than 50% of the question on your paraphrasing. How about my work?
Also, let's look at vocabulary. Artificial intelligence has expanded its plethora in utility vehicles nowadays. Now, what this student has done is they've memorized a list of vocabulary. Often you'll get websites and you'll see it on YouTube and Facebook and places like this where someone will say, if you memorize these words and use these words, you'll get a high score. This is not true. You need to use these words effectively. You need to use these words appropriately. Just putting them into a sentence doesn't mean that you're doing anything correctly. Artificial intelligence to drive vehicles is getting more trendy in the world of advancement. So
dari mana kedatang kata trendy?
again, they're trying to use this word trendy. Trendy is not really appropriate. You use the word trendy to talk about fashion or to talk about trends in the world. You wouldn't really talk about it in this context. So these are examples of words that students are using because they think that it will impress the examiner, but they don't know enough about these words. They don't know the meaning. They don't know the context. They don't know the use. They don't know the collocations. They don't know how to use them in a sentence, basically. Don't use words you don't understand.
Don't use words that you don't understand.
Recently, automobiles are driven by robotics. So, robotics kind of related to artificial intelligence. You can have a robot that has artificial intelligence, but most robots don't have artificial intelligence. Robotics is not really precise enough in this context. So don't think about what word kind of means the same. You need to use words that mean exactly the same. Cars are driven with man-made techniques or functions. Again, this isn't really that accurate. You need or that appropriate.
Unik-unik ya ternyata ya.
Again, four-wheelers. Four-wheelers, all right, I know what you mean. I know you mean a car, but you would never call a car a four-wheeler. Like, I would never say, I'm thinking of getting a new four-wheeler. You would say a car. Car is a car. Like, keep it simple. In modern life, self-driving cars are popular to transportation. So you'll see a lot of people trying to change the wording and change the vocabulary, but you need to remember that the grammar needs to be correct as well. Grammar is 25% of your total mark. Motorized cars controlled by artificial intelligence can be seen in modern days. Again, it's just small grammar errors can add up. If every single one of your sentences or most of your sentences have small grammar errors, even though you think they're just small ones like, punctuation mistakes or article mistakes or preposition mistakes, these add up and these can lower your score. Again, have a look at this. The artificial intelligence based on car driving is getting increased popularity in many countries these days. Again, just small grammar errors, but they will add up. Same with this person. This person needs to work on articles to make a computer software, whereas the intelligent human. But the really great thing about this person is their main problem is just articles. So your main problem could just be one area of grammar, or maybe two areas of grammar, maybe like punctuation and verb tenses, or prepositions and articles. So this is great for this person because they know what to focus on, and they know that they can, improve that area by giving it their time and their focus. So let's look again at the paraphrasing checklist. Does the sentence mean the same as the question? Are there any vocabulary errors? And is this sentence grammatically correct? So apply that to your own sample that you have posted and correct it, and it will help you. So let's look at some good student examples.
Okay, this is the good student.
In recent times, it is not uncommon to see automobiles being driven by
ini bagus juga nih. Yang ini oke, ini bagus. Ini beneran bagus. In recent time, it is not uncommon to see automobiles being driven by artificial intelligence. Toh.
Artificial intelligence. So, does it mean the same? Yes.
Yes.
Are there any grammar errors or vocabulary errors? No. Good. Doesn't need to be fancy. Doesn't need to be showing off how amazing you are. Just needs to be effective. So now you need to write your outline. So here's a checklist for your outline. Did you clearly answer both questions? Are your ideas relevant and specific? And are there any linguistic errors?
Okay.
So let's have a look at this and tell me what the problem is.
This is due to the fact that many companies, especially startups, believe that self-drive car is new big revolution. This should be viewed as a positive development. Cars with AI will reduce costs in many services like transportation, online shopping, and delivery. Bentar, gimana? Kan ini kan dua pertanyaan ya. kenapa ini bisa terjadi, dan ini akan jadi positif atau negatif menurut. Kenapa ini bisa terjadi? Ini sebenarnya bisa kejawab di sampai sini. This should be viewed as positive development. Cars with AI reduce cost many service like transportation, online shopping, and delivery. But let's see.
So have a look at it, pause the video, and think about what the problem is with this one. So the problem with this one is there's just
Too much detail. Okay.
Too much detail. You don't need to give this much detail. You need to be getting to the point. You put the detail in your main body paragraph. The introduction.
Okay, I see. Ini adalah kekhawatiran gue ketika barusan tadi kita nulis itu. Gue cuma nulis 2 kalimat, iya kan? Yang menurut gue itu mencakup pertama tadi apa?
Problem is list relevant and specific. So, automobiles.
Nih. Yang pertama adalah does the sentence mean the same as the question? Iya. Any vocabulary errors mungkin bisa terjadi, cuman gue belum tahu. Gue bakal tanya nanti mungkin pakai AI atau something. Is the sentence grammatical correctly? Mungkin gue correct, mungkin gue salah. Gue cuman menulis itu dalam bentuk yang simple dan to the point. Make it simple, make it straightforward. Untuk outline-nya kedua, outline dari jawaban dari pertanyaannya, questionnya. Did you clear answer both question? Yes, I clearly answer both question with only one sentence. Did your ideas relevant and specific? Yes, my idea is relevant and specific. And are there any linguistic error? I don't know. I don't know about linguistic error, grammatical error, or vocabulary error. I still don't know until now.
Errors. You don't need to give this much detail. You need to be getting to the point. You put the detail in your main body paragraph.
This is the pelajaran itu apa lagi ya? This is the point we can take when do introduction. Do not too much detail and make it a long paragraph. Is that correct?
The introduction is really just introducing them to what is going on. You're not adding in all this detail.
Introduction just want to introducing them about what happened. Okay.
So again, have a look at this one and tell me what you think.
Rapid and successful growth of this technology is the main cause behind this is a positive development because of the reduction of the road accident as well as improved. Emang iya? Emang gini cara jawabnya? Rapid and successful growth of this technology is the main cause of the behind this of positive development because of the
main problem is. So pause the video and have a look and think about the main problem. So the main problem is there's way too many ideas.
Yeah. Ya, teknologi, positive development, road accident, improve traffic system. Okay.
There should be two paragraphs, two main body paragraphs. Each paragraph is going to have one main idea. So you're going to have two main ideas, not more than that. So again, have a look. What's the problem?
It is due to development is technology and its positive change that focus customer is an increased demand. Gimana? Development technology and it is a positive change that focus customer is an increased demand.
Again, too many ideas. Your introduction needs to match up with the rest of your essay. So you can't have, 3, 4, 5 main ideas in your introduction and then only 2 in your main body. That's the way it should be. So the main problem here is it's difficult to understand. And remember the purpose of writing. The purpose of writing is to convey a message to the reader. The person reading it needs to understand it. If they can't understand it, then there was no point in writing it in the first place. What's the problem here?
Artificial intelligence is increasing use in driving vehicle recently. This is due to the development of technology and it should be taken as positive trend because it's more effective. Ini bagus. Mudah. Pertama, kenapa? Ini mencakup semuanya. Mencakup paraphrasing, straight to the point, simple, straightforward. Tapi gue nggak tahu soal gramatikal sama vocabulary-nya. Tapi kita lihat dulu.
Pause the video and think about it. So, problem here is it's way too vague. You do need two specific ideas. The purpose of the outline sentence is to give two ideas, so they should be specific.
Bentar guys. Bentar, tapi kenapa tuh vague ya?
So let's look at a good student example. This is done in order to reduce cost.
Bentar.
Sentence is to give two ideas. You're the way too vague. What's the problem here? Pause the video and think about it. So, problem here is it's way too vague. You do need two specific ideas.
Two specific ideas.
The purpose of the outline sentence is to give two ideas, so they should be specific.
Gue nggak ngerti yang bagian itu.
Look at a good student example. This is done in order to reduce costs associated with employees in the transport sector. So very specific, clear, easy to understand idea. And should certainly be seen as a negative development as it will reduce jobs available.
Topik yang berat nih orang ini bawa.
Hello,
Gak berat
my name
sih,
is Kiddo.
lebih complicated
For the population.
Beda aja.
So again, clear, easy to understand, two main ideas that are clear. It's not perfect, it is a student example, but it's much better than 90% of other answers. Here's another one. Artificial intelligence increasingly plays a role in driving vehicles. Good paraphrase. This is due to advancement in technology, and it should be seen as a positive development because it reduces the chances of road traffic accidents. Again, not perfect, but very, very, very good. Let's have a look at one of our VIP students who I was teaching, and they provided this one. Recently, self-driving cars have become increasingly common. This is because AI has reached a point where it can safely control a vehicle, and this should be viewed positively due to the reduction in traffic accidents. So the good thing to remember here is this student was in the exact same position as you were. They didn't know how to paraphrase, they didn't know how to use vocabulary and grammar effectively, they didn't know how to outline anything, they didn't know anything. and we were able to take them through, show them exactly what to do, and this just proves that anybody can learn this. So apply that to your own work, apply what you've learned today, and you will really see an improvement. And then move on to video 3, which is showing you how to write a main body paragraph. So welcome to lesson 2 of IELTS Essay Builder. So
Bentar, oke. Kita udah ngeliat contoh-contoh yang baik,
learning
contoh
English
yang bagus.
excellence. Again, not perfect.
Idealnya seperti apa, bagusnya seperti apa, salahnya seperti apa, terlalu gimana. Tapi kita masih belum bisa lihat apakah jawaban kita itu adalah jawaban yang benar atau jawaban yang salah. Karena menurut gua ini udah, mana kursornya? Udah cukup. Tapi kita coba gunakan AI di sini. Kita gunakan ChatGPT untuk bisa menilai apakah ini adalah sesuatu yang baik atau sudah cukup atau belum cukup. Oke. Hai. Bentar. Kita pindahin dulu. Kok nggak ada anjir? Oh, di sini aja dah. Ya. Udah ganti belum? Oh, udah. Hai. I just have homework about make introduction on essay for writing test. Can you help me to create criticism to give feedback about my answer. This is the checkbox for the right way. The first one is apa aja tadi?
As a perfect than that. And are there
Did you clearly answer both question? Bentar, 2, 3, 4. Did you answer? Did you clearly? The question 5. Are your ideas relevant and specific? Are your ideas relevant and specific? Relevant and specific. Are there any linguistic error? Are there any linguistic error. Bentar, ini untuk yang pertanyaannya kita pindah ke yang A.
You know, we looked at from life gets in the way and go back let visit time to do that and full feed today.
CRM sangat cepat. Kami berhasil mengurangi waktu respons dari sekitar 3 hari kerja menjadi
You just said in a that you needed to do. You needed to answer first thing. Are there any?
Does the sentence mean the same as the question? Mean the same as the question? Any vocabulary errors? Any vocabulary errors? Is the sentence grammatically correct? Is the sentence grammatically kami kurang 2. Ini ala kebanyakan. Correct. For the question is A. My answer is Oke. Mana sih? Jadi di sini kita udah kasih tahu gimana apa yang terjadi, apa yang kita butuhkan. Gue udah kasih tahu sejelas-jelasnya. Mudah-mudahan dia bekerja dengan baik dan bisa memberikan feedback dengan baik. Let's see. Can be driven. Okay. Replace drivers. Okay. When do a long trip, better on long journey. Is the sentence grammatical? Does the sentence mean the same question? Partially. Your sentence tries to address the question but only touch on why it is happening and not whether is a positive or negative development. Okay, correct. Vocabulary error, yes. The sentence grammatically correct. Can be driven, okay. Missing articles, drivers. Wrong verb, when doing, okay. Did you clearly answer the question? Partially. You mention why AI is used in cars to replace the driver long trip, but you don't explain the positive or negative. That part is missing. Okay. Are your ideas relevant and specific? Somewhat. It's relevant but not specific. For example, you could mention that AI help reduce fatigue, increase safely, or talk autonomously system like a Tesla autopilot. Are there linguistic error? Yes. See the grammar and vocab points. suggestion survey. Nowadays, many cars are being driven by artificial intelligence. This development aims to reduce driver fatigue during a long journey by allowing AI system to take over. In my opinion, is this di sini gue ngerasa suggestionnya gue ragu ya di sini nih. Dia langsung masuk in my opinion. Tapi yang lainnya gue ngerasa ya ternyata ada yang lebih baik. Jadi lebih baik kita ganti. Lebih baik kita benarkan. Di sini dia menggunakan nowadays. Ntar lu. Kita cari yang salahnya dulu aja. Kesalahannya adalah should be driven by artificial intelligence. Lately many bentar, sesinya belum gue ganti ya. Lately many cars can be driven by artificial intelligence. Can be driven by artificial intelligence. Nah, di sini kan gue udah mention nih yang bagian driven. Gue lupa verbnya. Jadi yang mana yang benar? Oke. Terus yang di sini yang kita perlu ganti adalah driver. Jadi drivers. Apa namanya? Menurut dia kita nggak bisa langsung kayak secara tersirat secara kalimat mengatakan kalau ini adalah positif atau negatif. Kita harus menuliskan itu positif atau negatif. Bentar, kita lihat yang correct answer-nya tadi.
Nothing but it is over. Oh, the class is still car 4 part.
Kita lihat yang correct.
Well, if you think here's a check with this one. We're going to get in and was in the exact same position. It should be
artificial intelligence can increase plays a role in driving vehicle. This new experiment is technology should be seen as positive development. Oke. Dia mengatakan itu dengan baik. Dia mengatakan kalau misalnya ini adalah positif, ini adalah negatif gitu loh. Jadi gimana? This movement can be a positive this is the positive move to reduce car accidents because it can replace drivers on long journey, on long. Kenapa dia pakai isinya apa suggestionnya, maksudnya kenapa dia bilangnya long journey ya? Replace the driver. During long journey. Oke. Kita udah berusaha untuk mengganti tapi tidak menggunakan punya dia, punya si ChatGPT. Tapi kita nggak bisa juga sebagus kayak yang punya good student example yang tadi dikasih tahu. Pertama kita coba ini dulu. Kita coba ini untuk melihat apakah ini baik atau tidak. Mana anjir? Kok hilang sih anjir? Bentar. Oke. Lah salah anjir. Salah yang di ini. Salah yang di apa? Ini dia. How about this one? Great job improving. Accidents. Oke. Positive development. Oke, positive step. Oke. Menurut dia. Nah, ini pas di gua, pas di cara gua dan oke. Ini bisa menyampaikan apa yang pengen gua sampaikan. Jadi di sini this is the positive step or development. Gini aja. Step or development to reduce car accidents. Oke. Jadi for the homework, this is my answer after the revision. Nah, lately many cars can this is possible because it's help reduce car accident by replacing tire driver. Replacing tired drivers during a long journey. During long journey. Oke, ini adalah bentuk final. Bentar. Inilah bentuk final. Nggak juga bentuk final sih. Setelah revisi. Lately, many cars can be driven by artificial intelligence. This is a positive development because it can help reduce a car. Oke, perbedaannya punya gua adalah the positive development to reduce car accident. It can help, not a direct reduce the car accident, but it can help reduce car accident. Oke. I like this one. Ini bentuknya warnanya ini. The perfect one. Oke. Jadi gitu. Bentar, ternyata facecam gua nutupin. Kalian kagak ada yang bilang kocak. Mana video capture? Naikin. Nah. Belum di. Jadi dari soalnya yang nowadays artificial intelligence is being used to drive cars. This is why is this happening, and is it a positive or negative development? Cara jawabnya adalah lately many cars can pakai ini aja. Lately many cars can be driven by artificial intelligence. Pertama kita udah paraphrase the sentence, paraphrase the topic, paraphrase the question. The second one is we can we can bridge briefly the question 1 and question 2. For the question 1 is like why is this happening, and the second question is it a positive or negative development. Pertama di sini cara jawab gue adalah dari tadi gue bilangnya pakai cara yang gue bilang positive development dulu, baru alasannya gitu. Sebenarnya ini positif and development ini jadi satu. Jadi gue ngejawab itu positif, dan karena apa? Jadi gimana sih? Bacakan jadi anjir. Yang nomor satu, pertanyaan nomor satu, what is this happening? Ini karena ada perkembangan dari artificial intelligence. Terus apakah ini positif dan negatif? Ini adalah positif development. Terus habis itu kita kasih alasannya secara garis besar. Nah, untuk di body paragraph nanti mungkin kita lebih banyak untuk mengatakan di seputar introduction, dibanding kita harus mengambil atau memperbanyak jawaban, memperbanyak topik untuk bisa dibicarakan di body paragraph. Tapi untuk body paragraph kita bakal belajar itu besok. Untuk hari ini mungkin sampai sini aja. dan kita juga udah mendapatkan jawaban dari latihan. Kita sudah banyak melakukan catatan pelajaran, ya mungkin kita bisa evaluasi lagi besok dari 5 things that you should never do with IELTS sample essay, 10 basically 9 that you should do with IELTS sample essay, and so on and so on and so on, and yeah, until we came to introduction. Yeah, okay. Bentar, kita balikin dulu. Gila, gak kerasa kita udah live streaming 5 jam 5 menit. 5 jam 5 menit, 5 hour 5 minutes, and banyak kepotongnya. Tadi gue juga kepotong untuk makan, sholat, segala macam, untuk sama istirahat. Ya, gue bakal upload ini di YouTube. Jadi buat kalian yang ketinggalan untuk live-nya, gue bakal taruh ini di YouTube untuk replaynya, jadi kalian bisa lihat di sana, kita bisa belajar bareng di sana. And ya, semoga ilmu ini bisa kita terapkan bareng-bareng ketika nanti kita sama-sama melaksanakan IELTS test. So, sekian aja untuk hari ini. Makasih banyak yang udah mampir, makasih banyak yang udah komen, makasih banyak yang udah follow, makasih banyak yang udah share, makasih banyak juga yang udah mau donate sebelumnya. Untuk hari ini belum ada donate-nya, tapi gak apa-apa, gue bakal live terus sampai gue bisa dan ngerti gimana caranya mendapatkan band 9 IELTS. Oke, mungkin segitu aja untuk hari ini. See you on the next live. Bye-bye.